Hello and welcome back. That was a cover of Rise by Husky by the Geek in collaboration. The vocals were Studio Nintendo. Really sick. Doing great covers. Especially of this song, which gets me so hyped every time I hear it. Can't wait to start up Shadowbringers today. Lots been going on, man. The story's been culminating and gathering, preparing us for this moment. And now it's finally time. Let's switch on over to the game here. So, you might notice I look a little different. That's because I've decided to start leveling Lancer. Not that I will likely be using it much, but just I thought it would be fun to level Lancer, and then, you know, mainly Dracoon is the thing that I'd like to level into. But another thing you might notice is that my hotbars look a little different now, and that's because while I've been leveling Lancer, I decided to try playing with a gamepad, controller. And I really like it. I mean, first off, you can do things like this, which has no mechanical benefit, but it looks silly. And I like that. Also, it just, let's see. If I can, yeah, you can lock on. Look at this. I didn't know you could lock on in this game. I think you can actually, if you right-click on, whoops, if it were a target like, say, this, yeah, you can focus? Nope, that's not. Okay, so that does not lock on. I wonder if, yeah, I'm not sure it's even possible to lock on without controller, but I really like that. And you can do this, you can just like kind of cycle through targets. Pretty neat. Not to mention, you know, all of your abilities are at your fingertips here. So I've got my mounts here, plus the ether compass. I've got my run and my limit break. And then here I've got buffs up here, along with a couple abilities that are haven't unlocked yet, not high enough level. Then down here I've got, you know, my main abilities, things I'm gonna cycle through a lot. I've got my leg sweep over here to stun. But also, I mean, this UI just looks really nice. But I can just hop on back to Reaper real quick. So I've got Reaper all set up here. And of course these right here, my mounts and my run, that just stays the same for each class. I've also still got the hotbar 3 just sitting here. I don't know if I'll do anything with it, but if there's anything that I decide I'd like to just push a mouse button real quick, then I've got that available. Because you can still, like, type on the keyboard, of course. Right now it just, like, automatically opens up the chat bar. I wonder if I can change that. that a UI setting, maybe? Maybe not. Log window? Oh yeah, because that's like the log window, right? That's what this is meant to be, yeah. So let's take a look at that. Enable lip sync, yeah. Enable profanity. No, we don't need that. Display error messages. Display recast time, display. Enable log item linking, resizing. We'll go with 12-hour format. Lock filters. Doesn't seem like I can change that. It's just that my push to mute is Shift X, and so that's not ideal. Let's just show display. Yeah, no, numbers do that as well. Interesting. Alright, that means that I can't just like hit H to open the hunter's log. Which would be nice to be able to do. I can still, you know, push things like scroll lock in order to make the UI disappear. Oh yeah, also I found out, so in the target thing, I don't know if it's available in mouse mode. I think maybe it is. Yeah, auto target is a thing, which is good. I turned that on because I'm like, yes, please. When I use an ability, I want you to target the thing that's right next to me. Of course. Thing is, first I'm gonna, I mean, I can change this from Shift X. I don't want to go Control X. Maybe Alt X will work. Hang on, before we change anything, let's see if... Alright, hitting Alt X doesn't do anything in the game, so that's good. I mean, you could probably change it to that. Yep, Alt X, there. Alright, this should be... That should be good enough. But yeah, gamepad, it's pretty neat. You can also, you can still, you know, zoom in and out. You can hot swap your bars here. You got a bunch of like basic options here and in hotbar 8. Also, this top bars up there is just hotbar 2, and it's just for visual. You can't, like, I can't actually do anything, click on or drag these. I can drag these, But I can't do anything with these because those are just visual. Oh, I can actually click on them apparently. But you can't like move things around from there. You'd have to move them around right here, which is fine. But I've got quick access to those. Also, let's see, maybe I think I might move this input timer down a little bit. That has to be like a quick access, because the higher the input timer, the longer the delay can be between button presses. So I have to double tap R2 to get to this second bar here, and L2 to get to that second bar, which is fine because those are things that I'll just occasionally be using, like having quick access to that. And then I've got egress on the left D-pad there, because I don't tend to use that. And then I've also got, you know, my AoEs over here. And of course my little Bloodstock Grimswath over here. I've got my buffs over there. I just got my basic rotation here, along with Soul Slice, Soul Scythe, Shadow of Death, Whirl of Death. Those things that won't be used quite as much, so they'll be on the D-pad. But, you know, Shadow of Death and Whirl of Death I'd want to use on occasion to refresh that buff. So yeah, I'm really, you know, I've been messing around with it on the Lancer class, and I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it a lot. Now we need to go back to the Rising Stones. Because it is time. It's a neat horse. Oh. Yeah, another nice thing is that during conversations I can just hit X instead of having to click and occasionally accidentally clicking and dragging, and that means that it doesn't actually click. You know, Tataru's itching to share what appears to be good news. And I'll be getting an orchestrion roll and some kind of chest of equipment.
Good news, Ginacia! We've had a stroke of luck in our search for that beacon. Apparently, our colleagues have stumbled across a hidden path leading down into the hollows around the base of the Crystal Tower.
Aha. Yes, that's right. We need to... So last time, some jerk keeps beaming his voice into all the Scions' heads, and it's caused all the other Scions, except for, I guess, me and Tataru, to go into a coma. And, as far as we can tell, their soul has been whisked away from their body. Where? Who knows? Possibly wherever that guy is. And, that guy told us to go to the Crystal Tower to, I guess, meet with him or something. I do not like this man. There are easier ways of communication than putting people into comas. Especially when he's all like, you must do the thing, you must cast wide the gates, only you can do this. He keeps telling us, and he keeps putting us into comas. And so how are we supposed to do that when you keep putting us into comas? Don't like this man. Anyways.
A path I doubt we'd ever have found had the Ironworks and the Suns not added their numbers to the party. Thanks to them, we have eager eyes aplenty down there, checking under rocks and peering into every nook and cranny. Still, it sounds like there's a lot of ground to cover.
Then we'd better go and give them a hand. Sounds like tedious work, but not as tedious as waiting around, I suppose.
Exactly. So I was thinking we should go and lend a hand. The sooner we find this beacon, the sooner you can travel to wherever it is this mysterious voice is coming from. And the sooner we can work out how to help our friends. We have to find a way to wake them up, and before the Empire comes calling again, meaning we have no time to lose. There's a boat in North Silvertier waiting to ferry people to the site, so let's be on our way. Ooh! Ooh!
That quest accepted riff right there. That's good. I like it. Okay, I also have still have quick access to my map. Let's see, we gotta go down there. Gotcha. It's just, you know, pressing square opens the map, which is nice. Yeah, I really like the gamepad controls. They did an excellent job with it. Which I guess they kind of had to, since the game is available on PlayStation and soon to be available on Xbox. So, if you're gonna make an MMO available on a console, the console controls need to be really good. Hello, Saint Koinok Fireman. Heading to the survey site, madam. It's on the eastern shore of the lake, and the swiftest way to get there is by boat. I mean, I'm pretty sure my Yol could get me there faster, but sure. Hello, Tataru. About here.
Look how many people there are! Should we get to it then? Pick up anything that seems the least bit device-like, and we'll make ourselves a pile.
Sounds good.
Well, if it isn't the hero of the hour, maybe you'll change our look. We've found bugger all without you.
Biggs! Wedge!
Biggs and Wedge. We found bugger all without you.
Well, we could hardly say no to a call for aid from the Scions. Jesse called it the chief of some other business. So we'll be working twice as hard to make up for his not being here.
Thrice as hard, even.
Thank you, both of you. I'm sure we'll find that beacon in no time.
I'm not seeing anything out here. Do you reckon you could squeeze in there, Wedge?
And get stuck halfway? No, thank you.
Thank you.
I could try if you like.
Tataru, no! We couldn't ask you to do that.
Oh, I'll be fine. This receptionist is not afraid to get her hands dirty.
What are we finding?
Sorry, I meant to say, the scholars haven't finished their preliminary assessment of the site yet, so we're not supposed to venture too far in.
And what about this?
What's that you got there?
A gear?
Now that looks promising.
Isn't that the Ironworks symbol? Counterfeiters?
Now I have you.
You are right.
What's happening?
Gosh dang this guy.
Stay with me. Focus on my
No!
voice.
Screw you!
Let expanse contract. Eon become instant.
Wait, this must be it. The device. Oh, this is supposed to happen.
Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Why? Why should I?
Safe journey, warrior of light. Find our friends and bring them home.
I'll try. First I gotta show this guy what for. Am I in space? The sparkles out there are sparkling a little too much, like twinkling, almost like glitter.
Oh, do not look at me so.
What's your phone?
Slave to a tyrant. There's no freedom in that.
Please.
One battle you cannot fight.
Assyrian?
With you.
We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this.
Those guys. The Warriors of Darkness, I think, or Warriors of Shadow. Grinfilia? Speaker of Hydaelyn? Is that you?
Your time has not yet come.
Oh? What is going on, man? Oh no! A Heartless! Watch out! Looks a lot like that one Warrior of Darkness. Where am I? Laying next to PNG grass. You really shouldn't show PNG grass from an aerial view.
From endless dreams I awake.
My head.
Something vague, yet urgent, calls me to action once more.
Rare to meet someone out here who's not a peddler themselves. What brings you into the wilds this time of night?
A voice in my head. Yeah, what do you mean this time of night?
Well, if it ain't the oldest joke in the book. Me granddad, God's rest his soul, used to tell that one to the barman at kicking out time. And when, pray tell, did we last have a dark night? You rotten old drunk yet, he'd reply.
Am I on another star? One that's been overwhelmed by light?
Over 100 bleeding years ago, that's when.
Or is this meant to be a vision of what's to come?
You got that look down to a T. I'd almost think you meant it. Ah, got to you, did they? Poor beggar. That explains it then.
Bottle of wine? No, thank you. I'm good.
Well, I've roads to travel and wares to sell, but you best hurry along to the town nearby. Just head east through the trees and aim for the Shining Tower. You'll find the place soon enough. 'Tis the biggest settlement for malms around. Go on now, friend. They'll take good care of you in the Crystarium.
Crystarium. Well, this place certainly looks lovely. Ooh. Listen to that music.
To dizzying heights it rises, the gleaming spire. Its tip threatening to pierce the blinding canopy. There, it will all begin anew. Between dark and light, the pure and the corrupt. The one true struggle.
Shadowbringers. All right then. Good. Crazy. Look at those beams of light, though. Those sunbeams. Well, I guess... Oh. I'm not allowed to use a mount. That's fine. Just sprint. Sprint and use our Hell's Ingress.
Halt!
Huh? Hi. What?
Every face in this city I know. Yours, I do not.
Well, that's because you can't see my face. I've got a mask on. You know, it's...
This is the threshold of the Crystarium, stranger, and I am its gatekeeper. If you would enter, you will answer my questions.
Okay.
From where do you hail?
Limsa?
Do you take me for a fool? No such place exists.
Yes, it does.
Had you given me an honest answer,
I
would
did!
not have barred your way. We care little here for a person's place of origin. But instead, you chose concealment.
No, that's where
And
I
I
come
will
from.
not suffer you to pass.
That was my starting town. Limsa. Hello, dancer. What's that?
That one had eaten. It must have gulped down the whole hand, ring and all.
Guess that's a ring. That guy's hand. Well, shoot.
Everything all right, Captain?
You.
Quite all right, my lord. Just a stray sin eater, and a weak one at that.
I see. Weak or not, we should be on the lookout for more.
Scumbag. Don't you smile at
But I see
me.
you've met my guest. I will escort her to the Crystarium myself, if you've no objections.
Another of your mysterious friends, is it? I should have known. Very well. I'll inform the others your guest is to be given the run of the city. Pray forgive my less than cordial welcome. May the rest of your stay with us be a pleasant one.
You.
Come with me. I will answer whatever questions you have when we are somewhere more private.
Yeah, when we're somewhere more private, gonna punch you in the face.
Right then, before we plunge into the wheres and wherefores, let me first thank you for answering my summons.
Answering? I had no choice. You dragged me here.
I had intended to bring you directly to my personal quarters, but I fear my aim was slightly off. That you are still able to make the crossing unharmed is
Unharmed?
a great relief. And so, we come to the question of where. The realm in which you now find yourself belongs to one of the 13 reflections, or shards. The first, to be precise, even if its inhabitants are largely oblivious to the fact.
Uh-huh.
As to wherefore, having been awarded the rather grandiose title of Crystal Exarch, I, in my capacity as caretaker of the Crystarium, thought to seek the aid of you and your companions.
Screw you. Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused? Like, seriously.
An inkling, yes. I can only beg your forgiveness. Matters here forced my hand, but all shall be explained in due course, I promise you. Let us begin with the glaring skies up above.
You care only for your own world and not
Here in
for
the first,
mine.
The world has been all but consumed by primordial light.
Uh-huh.
It began a century ago, by this realm's reckoning. A luminous flood swallowing everything in its path. More than 9/10 of this star was lost. And the fortunate few who survived are hounded by abominations born of that catastrophe even now. Sin Eaters, we call them. The creature you saw earlier was one such monstrosity. It was to save the First from this menace that I learned to bridge the rift between worlds. That I might call upon the aid of the greatest of heroes.
Yeah, well, you didn't exactly call upon my aid. You just
Though it
injected
meant
your
depriving
voice
the
into
world
my
of its
mind.
champion, I had to try, for in saving the First, you would bring salvation to the Source as well.
Would I? Would I, though?
But what manner of host harangues his guests in the middle of the road? Let us continue our talk within the Crystarium.
And yes, you've deprived my star of me and the Scions while the world is at war. Screw you! Man, that's a long walk.
Such a proud and vibrant city. The sole sanctuary for the living in a world all but resigned to oblivion. Each stone was laid with hope. The town itself a symbol. A monument to defiance in the face of death. No would-be hero could fail to answer its call. For who among us does not yearn for salvation?
Okay, well, how about you save yourselves instead of dragging me into this, you know? Calling upon heroes from another world. And here we are. Welcome, my friend, to the Crystarium. I'm not your friend, pal. Okay? And our Castrian roll. Shadowbringers. White Oak Weapon Coffer. Item level 385. Question is, so right now I've already got a weapon that's item level 385 for this class. So I think we'll swap to Dark Knight because they've got 370. Let's go ahead and do that. Deep Gold Claymore. Let's have a look at that. It looks alright. No flashy effects. And it's slightly better. Harrison. Yeah, a little bit better. 5 more strength. 8 more vitality. It's got crit hit instead of determination. And it's got 3 more tenacity. Plus 2 more physical damage. Sure. And of course that'll bring up my overall item level. Not gear set, glamour plate. Yeah, reapply that. Update. Good. So, yeah, that's also very nice. I'll do that down here to the Dark Knight corner. What's this one? This weapon look like again? Oh yeah, it's like a little dragon at the end of the stick. Alright. Yeah. So that brings Dark Knight up to 368. Swap back to Reaper. Alright, sir. There's a request for me. Oh, does he now? Now, a full and frank discussion in the privacy of my study would seem to be in order. But I think our conversation would be more meaningful were you first to gain a firmer grasp of the situation here. To that end, I would like you to visit a few of the Crystarium's civic leaders and glean something of this world and its predicament. It's a neat aetheryte. As you can see, this path will take you directly to the aetheryte, a convenience with which I am sure you are only too familiar. Being the rightful object of my summoning spell, you should in theory be able to reach all the way back along your etheric trail and find a connection in the source, believe it or not. I strongly suggest you complete this attunement before venturing any further. Yeah. After you have done so, walk up the steps next to the aetheryte and head out to the left to arrive in the crystalline mean. This is where you'll find our collective of crafters and gatherers, as well as their spokeswoman, Catullus, one of the people I should like you to meet. Another is Morin. To reach him and his cabinet of curiosity, you'll want to avoid the aforementioned steps. Take the exit to the left and simply continue straight along and down until you come to the large doors at the end of the path. I do like this camera angle and, showing you, all right, over here you got this, and over there you got that. That's nice. The third and final person I should like you to meet is Bragi, our man in charge of trade and distribution. He is to be found in the markets, which you can access from the opposite side of the Aetheryte Plaza. In seeking out each of my colleagues, you will visit the major districts of the city, and hopefully gain a feel for the place. I trust my directions were simple enough? To the right and down the where now? Crystal clear. Crystal. Very good, I concede. The layout of the Crystarium owes more to historic necessity than planning, but I'm sure you'll learn its twists and turns before long. In all honesty, the true challenge may be in finding the right way to approach its citizens. As you discovered during your encounter with the captain, the people of this world are unaware of the existence of other stars, and will struggle to accept the truth of your origin. That being the case, when they ask whence you hail, as they inevitably will, I suggest you claim to share a homeland with the Crystal Exarch. This is an unspoken rule here about peering too deeply into the particular mystery. When you've finished making the rounds, pray, meet me in the large courtyard at the center of town. Until then... Yeah! I love that riff. Well, this place certainly is pretty. Now, in there. Look at this place. So beautiful. What could you possibly complain about? Why, there's a few monsters, whatever. There's monsters where I come from.
And we do just fine. Besides, you guys seem to be doing well for yourself. Got a nice big city. Real big city. I mean, look at this. Crispy Bops. Yeah. Nice little tune. You're tuned to the ether. By focusing your senses, you detect the flow of vastly distant currents of ether. Your connection to these energies is faint but stable, and should allow teleportation to Etherites in the source. Which means, I believe, that I could now... Right? I could now, go... Maybe home? How would I... Can't go... Oh yeah, I can go... Here we go, to Lunacia. There we go. So yes, I should be able to teleport back home should I have the need. Northrend? Yes, Northrend. Oh boy, this is a big expansion, huh? Fort Jordan. Well, we should, I guess, head north, and we'll head south first. I think there's less down here. There's one person to talk to, and looks like 2 Aetherites. And then we'll probably head over this way, get that one. Go up, grab that one, talk. Grab the others. Talk. Alright. Off we go. Also, as pretty as this place looks, I should mention the 2023 Final Fantasy Festival was yesterday, and I'm real excited about 7.0 for next summer. So excited. It looks so good. And we're going to definitely not South America, but yeah, looks great. Love the aesthetics. Not to mention, along with that, we're getting graphics updates that they'll also start rolling out on past content, starting with 1.0 and working their way forward. But of course, 7.0 is going to look real nice right off the bat, and then the older content they're going to start working on. However, there will be a blanket upgrade to graphics by way of lighting, I believe, and shadows. Those are going to get like a blanket overhaul that's just affects the whole game, because that's the way it's designed. So that'll be neat. Can't wait for everything to just look so much better. Because Final Fantasy XIV is an old game, and it often shows with some models and things. Textures and grapes, of course, you know. the grapes are infamous. But yeah, man, I can't wait. Not to mention, you'll be able to You'll be able to dye clothes with 2 separate dyes, and they're adding eyeglasses that are separate from helmets. So you can have a hat and eyeglasses, or a helmet and eyeglasses. Like you could have one of those helmets that has a visor that you can flip up, and then have your glasses on underneath. So that's neat. And plus 2 new classes, and one of them is almost certainly Corsair. I believe it's called Corsair or Swashbuckler or whatever it's gonna be called. You know, pirate, and that I'm pretty interested in that. I'll probably switch to it when that releases. But of course, we're gonna have to get to that content. We're still a ways away. We haven't even gotten through Shadowbringers, and then we gotta get through Endwalker and post-Endwalker so we can get to the new expansion called Dawn Trail this summer. This
summer of 24. Next to the city friend, or new to the city friend, the spinning head and wide eyes give you away. Welcome. My name is Bragi, and I'm the master of these markets. They gave the district another official title, but I'm not in the habit of using it. Too florid by half. In any case, our merchants stock a range of equipment for humans such as yourself, so finding something in your size shouldn't be a problem. Did you say Humes? I'm actually a Hur. Must be a dialect I'm not familiar with. Sure. Let's see if we can straighten this out. See those 2 in front of us? The shorter one is a human like you, and the taller one is an elf. That sturdy individual over there is a Galgant, whilst the one with the horns is a Drow. And then you have the large scaly chaps with long tails and a knack for raising livestock. Those would be the Zun. New names, huh? Which is apparently not the name you know them by. Now I'm curious to know which far-flung region you hail from.
Same as the Crystal Exarch.
The same as the Exarch, eh? Well, that explains it. You don't get much further flung than that. You've had a few of your lot pass through in recent years, and despite their obvious learning, they floundered over the simplest things. But not to worry. Should you find yourself confused by the local language or customs, I'll be here to answer your questions. Your exchange with Bragi has taught you about the peoples of the First.
Oh, here we have a market board. We got shops, we got menders, materia melders. Gotta activate this shard. Many shops to check out. Which I might as well, especially if they've got any jewelry that my Dark Knight could use. Because I've got, this neck piece that's the item level 320, which is dragging me down. These rings that are 350, which aren't terrible. Gear's 370 though, and then 385 for the
sword. Still, my Reaper's doing good. I want to try and keep my Dark Knight up for a bit, because it'll help with queuing for duties. So those queue times don't take so long. Yep. Musica Universalis. An apothecary. Culinarian. Tool supplier. Jeweler. They probably just sell supplies for making jewelry, right? Maybe not. Aha! Okay, what do you have? Let's see. Bending. Level 80. Level 72 is the lowest. I don't think my Dark Knight's level 72 though. But 395 item level. I'll buy it. Despite being able to not being able to equip it, that's fine. That will help immensely. Yep. And then have a look at rings. I think I'll buy at least one. Let me just take a look at my Dark Knight. They are level 70, so it's going to take a couple levels before they can equip those. But once they can, that'll really raise my item level. And as for my Reaper, we have 370, 385, 370, 300 for a ring? Okay, I need a ring. That's really bringing me down. Don't bring me down! Bruce! Don't bring me down! Strength, vitality, determination, critical hit, and then aiming. Oh, well, aiming's not for me anyway. So slaying is what we want. Yes. Then we'll go ahead and pull this open. Ring. Sort this out. You. Going right there. Boom. 384. Huge boost. I don't need anything else, and I'll likely get some gear from quests anyway. In fact, the quest we're currently on gives us a crate of armor. So, you know. Alright, that is it for here. Let's see if we can go grab this aetheryte out here. I love my scythe. I also really like this new Scion outfit that I got from Tataru. Looking sick. Alright, question is, where exactly is this next aetheryte? I think it's upstairs. The Rotunda. Even further, the Exeter.
Even further beyond. There it is. A tune. Very good. Ooh, is that just a site? No, you're definitely a porter. Okay. Oh. No, don't need to hire you. I just wanted to unlock it. This location. Whoa. Ankles. That health. That, I did not lose much health from that fall. It instantly healed.
Rare to see a place so well stocked with goods, isn't it? But not here.
It's not rare for me.
I'm going to guess you're new to our fair city. Well, for what it's worth, you've chosen a fine sanctuary. The Exarch can throw up a barrier if the Sin Eaters come knocking, so it's a sight safer in here than it is out there. Safer and more civilized, too. Thanks to us in the mean, we work together to procure materials and resources, and craft the goods which make city life possible. This is the place to visit if you need a coat mended or a kettle forged. Just don't go thinking it'll all be handed to you on a plate like those Ulmaron layabouts. Here in the Crystarium, we work for a living. Though I see you're no stranger to honest labour, you don't have the whiff of indolence about you like some folk I've met. Still, I can't quite pin down your profession. Where is it you're from?
Same as the Crystal Exarch.
One of the Exarch's countrymen, you say? I see. Well then, I'll work twice as hard to make you feel welcome. Our city wouldn't even exist if it weren't for him, and any friend of his is a friend of ours. It's really quite incredible when you think about it. They say his grand magic summoned the Crystal Tower into existence, pulled the entire thing out of thin air. It wasn't long before droves of refugees began congregating around its base, desperate for shelter after losing their homes to the flood. And that's how the Crystarium began. At the Exarch's invitation, buildings started going up, and with the help of some curious relics brought forth from the tower, the place gradually expanded into the thriving metropolis you see today. The city's stood here for decades now, yet the eldest among us swear the Exarch looks exactly the same as he did back then.
Was he half stone back then as well?
He is indeed a man of many mysteries, but for all his secrecy, he has never yet let us down. So, if he and you wish to remain silent about your shared homeland, then the folk here will respect your wish of privacy. I am, however, more than a little curious to see any crafting talent you might be hiding. If you have aught to contribute to the front, be sure to come back and visit once you've had a chance to settle in. Just ask for Catalyst, and I'll find you a niche here in the Crystalline Mean. You can help us keep the cogs of the city greased and turning.
Your exchange with Catalyst has taught you about life in the Crystarium. Uh-huh. Yeah, we need to go and unlock more Aetherytes. Yeah. there. Where? Oh, it's way down here, huh? Excuse me? I am a god in this world. I can even... Ah! My ankles. Just gonna go up here. Huh. Okay. To the next threat. I believe this is the last one. Just got that one and that one. Oh, there's one more a little further up. So it is down there. Or maybe not down? Is it up? No? How do I... Maybe it's way down, like below, like underground? Must be. Let's try just going back to the plaza and then heading north through the tunnel instead of stairs. Oh, I can use that shard. So I guess I should have gotten the one up there and then this one off to that side and then come down here into the Trivium. Yeah, hindsight 2020, all that. Where's... Oh right, that's the one that's up there. I want that aetheryte way over there. That's the one I'm looking for. Orwin Throcht. You have attuned yourself to all the aetheryte or Aethernet shards in the Crystarium. Lakeland is now accessible as an Aethernet destination. Nice. That would be the exit gate. Also, this is a really nice library. Look at this. It's lovely. And it's got multiple floors. It even goes down into the basement. Silly map marker said that I didn't need to go up anymore, but apparently I did. Hello, Morin. Excuse me, miss. Are you recently come to the city, perchance? I'm quite familiar with our civic roles, you see, and, well... What I mean to ask is, have you brought any books with you? A rumpled scroll, even? A scrap of scribbled on parchment? My apologies. Literature is something of an obsession of mine, as well as a profession. Librarian Morin at your service. And this humble collection is known as the Cabinet of Curiosity. As your powers of perception have likely informed you,
My colleagues and I are responsible for curating all manner of tomes, documents, and other vehicles for the written word. As horrific as the loss of life and land wrought by the flood unquestionably was, the damage to recorded knowledge was no less catastrophic. We few do all we can to preserve what wisdom survived. But tell me, what brings you to the cabinet today? Looking for any title in particular? Mayhap a spot of academic research?
Not quite.
Oh, so you've an interest in modern history? Splendid! A thorough review of recent events can often yield novel perspectives. I quite agree. If you would prefer something visual to accompany the account, then I think I have an illustrated history book for children somewhere. Just a moment and I'll fetch it for you.
Book for children? I'm an adult. I took the book and threw it on the ground.
And here we are. Would you like to pull up a chair? Make yourself more comfortable? On with the lesson then.
Matters.
A 100 years ago, or near enough not to matter, villains known as the Warriors of Light slew the Shadowkeeper, the Steward of Darkness.
Villains? The Warriors of Light are villains, huh?
In the wake of this tainted deed, light began to pour into the world as if from unseen cracks. It pooled and swelled without cease until the day an enormous, blinding wave rose up and swept across our star. We called this calamity the Flood of Light. Everything it touched was leached of life and vigor, leaving naught behind but a luminous wasteland.
Aha.
Yet just when it seemed that all would be lost, a savior appeared before us. The Oracle of Light. She stood twixt us and approaching doom, and by her power did she stay the flood. Thus was Northrend, and Northrend alone spared the fate of Erasure.
Literal wave, literal flood of light.
Tragedy would, however, arrive in another form. From the blasted emptiness descended horrors of strange and terrible aspect, to bedevil the few folk who survived. These sin-eaters were light incarnate, and their fulgent presence stole the night from Norvent's sky. Even now, they circle the remaining bastions of civilization, ever on the hunt for us, ever hungering for our flesh. And thus did the world become what it is. Should you ever wish to hear the tale again, I would be glad to retell it for you. Or if you would rather I speak of other matters, that too would be my pleasure. I should be glad of the company.
Your exchange with Moren has taught you about the Flood of Light.
Yes, I kind of know that this exchange taught me about the Flood of Light because I just learned it.
I'm the one that learned it. You don't need to tell me what I learned.
Ethernet shard back to the gate. The Dussel Gate. Hello again, scumbag.
Well, how did you fare? Did my colleagues help you form a clearer picture of this world and its people?
Oh. That's also a lot easier. Turning in items, you can just go like XXXXX.
Yes, it seems you were treated to a most thorough introduction. I understand it was something of a chore, but 'twas necessary that you grasp these things before we proceed. As for the Crystal Tower's origin, you may have noted that details were sparse. The structure is, in fact, the selfsame one you know from the source, transported to the first in its entirety. It was my first attempt at breaching the boundaries between worlds, something of a trial run for your eventual crossing. And although I do not know which era I tore it from, I do know that its arrival served to set the wheels of fate in motion.
Uh-huh. Whoops, forgot that doesn't work. Item level 385. With lavish filigree that suggests a valuable piece of attire lies within. The chest gear type, determined by current job or class at time of opening. Well, I guess I should... Because it's 385 and I've already got 385 gear here. I'll just get that on my Dark Knight then. Deep gold, cuirass of fending. Let's have a look. It looks okay. It is pretty good, but it is not indicative of an Empoleon, so I'll equip it, and then it's time for Glamour Plate. Glamorization. Very good. That'll help bump it up to 370 now. Wonderful. Should be able to join whatever the first duty will be in this new land. Pants is next. Finally ready to discuss the matter of your comrade's whereabouts.
You've done as I requested, and learned something of the world in which you find yourself. Now it's time I fulfilled my half of the bargain, and explained what has befallen your comrades. That is a conversation I would rather have in the privacy of my quarters, however. I must go on ahead to the tower and organize a few things, but I shall see that the guard knows to admit you.
Our gate lies open then. Then Garahatia is... The tower's gate lies open then?
Well, yes, of course. It can be opened and closed just like any other. Does that seem strange to you? I know not how the tower functioned in your time, but I assure you there is no danger of us being locked inside.
Love it. Hello, Crystarium Gatekeep. Yep, take me in. Right now. Looks beautiful. Look at that floor. Gorgeous. Gorgeous stone floor. Or perhaps even at least partly crystal. Crystalline.
Welcome to the Ocular, my private study. We can speak here without fear of being overheard. I have much to explain. But the truths which I must touch upon in doing so would cause only distress and confusion to the people of this world. Pray keep that in mind.
Uh-huh. Oh yes, distress and confusion.
Now, I am sure you are desperate to know the fate of your fellow Scions.
Uh-huh.
To put it simply, they are here in the First. Their arrival, however, was not as recent as you may imagine. Here, time flows at a different pace from that of the Source.
Uh-huh.
In the space of a single hour in your home world, an entire year might pass in the First, and the reverse could also be true. The pace fluctuates without rhyme or reason, and it cannot be predicted.
So I could have... It's entirely possible that you dragged me away from my home for an entire, like, decade. Whilst there's a war going on, sir.
That said, we seem to be entering a period of near equivalence. And thus, for the moment, you need not overly concern yourself with the passage of time.
For the moment.
As for your companions, however, Y'shtola and Urianger have dwelled here for 3 winters, all told, while Thancred's count stands at 5. Even our more recent arrivals, Alphino and Alize, have lived in the First for almost a year. My intention had been to summon only you, but the art of reaching across worlds has proven exceedingly difficult to master.
Uh-huh.
Thus it was that my fumbling hand closed upon those to whom your fate is most closely bound as well.
Hey, here's an idea. Maybe, you know, practice and work on how to reach across worlds before you do it. To people so important to the world that we come from.
As they were not the object of my summons, their transference was incomplete. Though they may appear to possess corporeal bodies, they are, in truth, merely spirits that one can see and touch.
And apparently they arrive naked.
While you yourself will be able to pass between worlds with relative freedom, they will not. Much as it grieves me, they are stranded here, unable to return.
Oh, much as it grieves you, huh? Screw you. Then find a way to send them back. You've had, what, 5 years to try and figure out?
We spent every waking hour searching for a way to
Oh, did you now?
summoning.
Oh, did you?
In the beginning, at least.
Oh, in the beginning. Oh, yeah, what, for the first month?
As you may have surmised, however, our efforts met with little success. And then we all but abandoned the endeavor once Urianger shared with us the vision he had witnessed during his journey through the rift.
So that would be after, what, 2 years? 2 years later? You've still had another 3 years.
No man's land between realms, time and space warp and blend in unexpected ways. What Urianger saw was the future. That which would one day come to pass.
Uh-huh.
In his vision of tomorrow, the First was rejoined with the Source. This collision of worlds brought about the 8th umbral calamity and the deaths of countless multitudes.
Uh-huh.
Amongst those who perished, Urianger clearly saw the fall of the Scion's mightiest champion. He watched you die. And thus did the Scions embrace their exile, and began searching this world for a means to forestall the coming catastrophe in yours.
Yeah, well, I would think that the way to do that would be on my star, where the Ascians are trying to create this catastrophe. This umbral era.
Which, you know, I could stop them if I was still there.
Their souls are stranded in the first, yes, but they have fought on, desperate to save their home and you from destruction.
Yeah, you shouldn't have brought
Nor
them
have
here
their
in the
efforts
first
been
place.
in vain, for it was they who finally established that the elimination of the Sin Eaters will indeed serve to prevent the calamity.
Oh, will it now?
Considering these circumstances of our meeting, you would be forgiven for doubting my version of events.
Yeah.
And so, before all else, I would suggest you track down your comrades and hear the tale from their lips.
I still
I shall
don't
of
like
course
you.
be happy to assist in these reunions, and you need not make any decisions regarding your involvement until you are certain of where you stand. Meanwhile, I promise I will not rest until I have found a way to help your friends return home.
Yeah, you better not.
What say you? Have I earned your trust for the moment?
No. Do I have an option? For want of a better choice. Aye, but I'll see you keep that promise. For the moment. I'll see you keep that promise.
Excellent. You will not regret this. With that settled, we shall have to see about getting you ready for the road. Traveling across the rift has no doubt left you weary. I will arrange for a room where you might rest in comfort. While it's being prepared, perhaps I can show you around.
Yeah, so I wasn't really very good at, you know, reaching across worlds, so whoopsie, I accidentally brought your friends over here and now they're stuck here for possibly forever. Oops, my bad. Like, what is wrong with you? Oh, first of all, I can favorite. I should favorite some emotes. Like, of course, Vanderbilt bands. Sit is good. I'm a shadow box, and by shadow box I mean I'm gonna punch you in the face. Or in the chest. I'm just gonna punch right through your stupid chest. Exarch. Annoyed with the Crystal Exarch. Indeed I am. Oops. Okay, is there anything else I should... Oh, you know, there's... Let's see, this one, no. I want to have like a... woo, we did it! I'll just... We'll figure that out later. Right now. The Crystarium boasts a number of residential districts, but I have been informed that a room has just become available at the Pendants, which, as it turns out, is perfect. Our path there will take us past the markets, and I was hoping to give you my own introduction to their wares. Come along. Oh, what? You don't have a spare room in your crystal tower? I gotta stay at the local inn?
man.
This is the Musica Universalis, the commercial heart of the Crystarium. What you might need to prepare for your journeys can be purchased here.
Uh-huh. I already purchased a couple of things.
Ah, yes. You must be curious about the currency. Fear not. The gil you carry will serve you well enough.
I wasn't curious because I already purchased some things with the gil that I carry.
Each nation once minted its own coins, but 'twas all a jumbled mess following the flood. After much debate, the local merchants eventually elected to revert to the old ways, wherein a coin's value was decided by the worth of its metal. As for a unit of measurement, we agreed upon the term gil, a word borrowed from coins uncovered within the Crystal Tower here. And as our traders peddled their wares across the land, so too did our usage of gil become common practice. From what your stola tells me, a standard coin from the source equates to exactly 1 gil here, or near enough not to matter. Our way of life has benefited greatly from the artifacts we recovered from the tower, some of which may be familiar to you.
Has benefited greatly from the artifacts that we recovered from this tower that we stole from another star.
Tombstones? What? Cell phones? Cell phones?
But I fear it would not be practical for us to provide everything to which you are accustomed. You shall need a means to access the commodities of your homeworld. Avan Kerm Sin?
Yes, I'm here. Of course I'm here. What amusements do you have for me today?
My dear Feo Ul, paragon of pixie kind. For you, I have the most vital task. This fine lady is a friend from a distant realm.
Uh-huh.
And we have need of a means to ferry things back and forth from her home. Might you be able to assist us in this matter?
You came from beyond, didn't you? From beyond the rift? How wonderfully exciting! What a brave and reckless and marvelous thing you did! You've the heart of a pixie, you do.
I did nothing. I was dragged here by that man.
After consideration, I have decided to grant you my assistance. Make a pact with me and the fun can begin. But answer me this, traveler. Did your garments come with you when you crossed over? Your teeth? Your nails?
Yes.
Just as I thought! Then you've a good stout connection with your home through which all your belongings, great and small, may easily pass. From this moment forth I will be your Isne Fis, and you my Snay Yak. Like the branch which sprouts from the sapling, our bond will flow unbroken from one to the other. Raise your hand.'Tis done. We are bound now, dearest sapling.
Bound, huh?
Come then, make your request. Tell me your desire. I wish to visit this world of yours.
Mayhap her message to your friends in the source to inform them of your safe arrival.
That would be good. Yeah, someone to Tataru. I mean, she was right there. I'm not sure where Kryl is. Actually, Kryl's probably with the bodies of my friends.
As you heard, that was Feo Ul of the Pixies. Their kind possess an affinity for magic akin to that of arcane beings. They rarely show themselves in populated areas, but Feo is insatiably curious even by Pixie standards, and seems to have taken a liking to the Crystarium. Right, we were going to organize a room for you, weren't we? Come along.
Screw you, Exarch. As a result of your pact with Feul, you now have access to delivery moogles, market boards, and summoning bells while in the First. Aye.
Oh, there you are. I was just finalizing the matter of your accommodation. You'll have a private room here at the Pendants for the duration of your stay, to make use of as you see fit. When you are ready to retire, the manager will show you to your lodgings. Pray, rest and recuperate, and we shall reconvene in the Ocular anon. I believe that covers all of the practical concerns. Thank you for answering my call, Genasi. We are denied the comforting blanket of night, but may peaceful dreams attend you nonetheless.
Hello, manager.
A pleasure to meet you, miss, and welcome to your new home at the Pendants. Your room is ready, if you'd care to retire.
Sure, let's check it out. Looks nice. Very big, too.
You? Huh?
Bruh?
I know you. You're the warrior of light from the source.
That I am.
The warrior of darkness?
What? Did you just... You can hear me? Oh,
Yeah?
gods, how long has it been? That was what I called myself in your world. The Warrior of Darkness. My real name is Ardbert. I used an alias in the source. A daft one, looking back.
Ardbert.
If you recall my tale, it was my comrades and I who caused the flood. We thought our home doomed. And so we listened to the Ascians. Let them guide us to the source and try to hasten their goddamned ardor. I remember when we fell, defeated by you and yours. I remember our audience with Minfilia. How she listened to our pleas and returned our souls to the first.
But, you had no bodies here, right?
The flood was poised to swallow Norvrant, Minfilia and my friends. They surrendered what little they had left to hold it back. Just faded away, leaving me to bear witness.
I knew Minfilia was the Oracle of Light.
Tell me, do you know the year? How much time has passed since we caused the flood?
I'm told it's been like 100 years.
100 years. 100 long years.
Yeah, really are a spirit, huh?
My hands find no purchase. My gestures catch no eye, and my pleas, be they whispered or screamed, reach not a single ear. I am a shade, cursed to do naught but drift.
That's rough, buddy.
I feel as if I've been walking forever. I hardly noticed when my mind and body began to fray at the edges. Then bang! My senses were sharp again. I felt like a fish being reeled in, and before I knew it, I found myself in this room. Why is it that you can see me? What are you even doing here, come to that?
I was dragged here by the Crystal Exarch.
You were summoned to save the first. A waste of time. This world is beyond saving, like those who try to save it.
Well, I would love to go home, but my friends are all stuck here.
Muddled as my mind may be, I've not forgotten that.
I mean, I can go home, but yeah, I'm not gonna leave them
But
here.
if fate has brought me to you, the one person in this God's forsaken world who can see and hear me, then perhaps there is a reason I endured.
Perhaps?
If I can find out why I was left behind, then maybe I can bring this journey of mine to an end.
I'll do what I can. While I'm
Well,
stuck here.
I'll be watching, Warrior of Light. But do me a favor. Be careful out there. This world has had its fill of heroes.
Then I guess I'll just have to be a villain. A warrior of darkness in this world of the first.
Yo, you sleep like that? Scython back? Fully clothed? Wearing your knee pads? Even? Angira mender. I don't think any of my stuff needs to be mended. The world needs to be mended. But not my equipment. Gotta go back to the ocular. Alright. Doesn't get. Yeah, sure he does await me. to the... You just got a portal straight to the source, huh?
Ah, how did you find your new quarters? I trust you were able to rest.
Yeah. Had a ghostly visitor.
I was not aware the room was haunted, and you were rather tired. Well, should you receive another visitation, be sure to let me know.
It was fine.
Now, let us return to the subject of the Scion's whereabouts.
Yeah. Map.
This map shows the lands of Norvrand, the only area to be spared the Flood of Light. The Crystarium is here, in the region known as Lakeland. To the north is the fairy kingdom of Ilmeg. That is where you'll find Urianger. To the east lies the once prosperous civilization of Rak Tika. Your Stola is stationed there, in the heart of the forest. Alas, neither location can be reached without considerable difficulty. As such, I would suggest you first seek out one of the twins, each of whom is stationed but a short flight from the Crystarium. Alphino is on Calusia, an island off the western shore. It is home to a city called Yulmore, where the rich and privileged while away their days in idleness. For his part in furthering our cause, Alphino journeyed there to meet with the citizenry and forge alliances. From what I hear, he has since kept himself busy gathering information around the main settlement. Alize, meanwhile, traveled south to the arid wastes of Armareng. They lie upon the very edge of the inhabitable world, where the Flood of Light was halted. Those who dwell there live in constant fear of attack by the Sin Eaters. In contrast to her brother, Alize felt that her energies would better be spent learning about the enemy, and thus she sells her services as a guard, both to hone her skills and gather information on our foe. So, will it be Calicia or Armareng? It matters not which you choose to visit first. Simply inform me once you have made your decision, and I will see to it that you are provided with a suitable mount.
I have mounts, though.
Ah, but you must be wondering about Thancred.
Yeah, that too.
He has taken up with a new companion, and is presently engaged as a wandering hunter of Sin Eaters.
New companion, huh?
Being ever on the move, his whereabouts are often difficult to ascertain, but I am certain your paths will cross ere long.
Don't you smile at me. Yep, leg gear. Let's go ahead and swap. Open. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's... Oh, no, that's the one that I just got. Okay. I thought my inventory was full and it would have gone to inventory. Or I thought my armory chest was full and it would have gone to inventory, but no, it's right here. It's just not called deep gold whatever, it's Smilodon skin trousers. Sure. By the way, what do those look like? Meh, they look okay. At any rate, I will of course be this to them. Updating. 371 now. Okay. Solid. This. In search of Alphino or Alice? Who do we see first? I guess it's been longer since we've seen Alphino. Like a lot longer, so we'll go for Alphino first.
You will visit Alphino in Calusia, then? Excellent. As I mentioned, your destination is an island off the west coast, so you will need a mount capable of making the journey. Here's a letter of introduction. Presented to Genmai, the Master of Beasts at Temenos Rookery, and he will take care of you. When you see Alphino, be sure to pass on my warmest regards.
What if I also accept this one?
Ready to depart for Arang? Alice will be overjoyed to see you safe. I know she was particularly concerned for your well-being. She, impressed upon me how regrettable the timing of her summoning was. Repeatedly.
Yeah. Good. Rightly so.
I only hope that my part in sending you to her will garner me some measure of forgiveness. Here. This is a letter of introduction addressed to a man named Kassad, the master of a merchant caravan. There are few who know the way of the desert as well as he does. Find him at the Amaro launch, and he will see that you reach your destination.
All right. I'm glad to hear that Alice chewed you out, because I'm not allowed to. At least someone yelled at you for yanking them to this world. Especially yanking them in such a way that they can't go home. Temenos Rookery. Let's go. Genmai.
Your face is unknown to me. What business have you at my rookery?
Letter of introduction.
Signed by the Exarch, no less. Yes, I can provide you with an Amaro for passage to Corusha. I will pick you out a friendly weapon.
An Amaro, you're saying?
That's right. Mounts like my grey friend over there are a common sight in these parts. But I gather you hail from further afield, more accustomed to chocobos, perchance. I hear there are a few places where they ride little else. Seeing as you are plainly unaccustomed to riding Amaro, I think it best I accompany you on this flight myself. Any unworthy of the name could do it, of course, but the Exarch sent you to me. Ensuring you arrive safely is my responsibility. Gather your things and meet me at the Amaro launch. One of the junior tamers will attend to you when I ready the mounts.
Straight back to the Amaro launch, which is where the other quest wanted me to go in the first place. I need to speak with the aspiring Amaro tamer.
You want to fly You want to fly an Amaro to Corusha? Well, I suppose if Master Genmai is going with you. Wait here, please. The master shall be alone with the mount shortly.
You can now travel to Kalusha, speak with the aspiring Amaru tamer to fly to the island. You can also use your ether compass to assist with locating ether currents in new regions. The ether compass can be found on I know. I've used it so many
The
times.
whistling breeze, mute. The pounding surf, frozen. Time itself takes a breath. At light's edge, all is perfectly still. The world captured in a painting, locked in a moment. Music, faint and fleeting, drifts coastward on the lifeless air. And in the distance, beyond the broken earth, a city beckons.
Kalusha. Fancy place. Zimjinmai.
We all arrived. This is Crackshell Beach on the eastern coast of Kalusha. You should be safe here for the present. Compared to the mainland, Sin Eater attacks are far less prevalent. And the native beasts are not any more dangerous than elsewhere. It is the people you should be wary of. Spy that city in the distance. That is Ulmor, the island's main settlement. It rivals the Crystarium in scale, and was once an ally in our battle against the Abominations. For years, the Ulmaran elite have fancied themselves the masters of what remains of our broken world. They have gone as far as to offer the leaders of other settlements their protection, if we bend the knee. But to say their ideals are questionable would be putting it mildly. The Crystarium is one among many who resist their heavy-handed authority, and while we are not at war, our relationship with Ulmor is strained at best. It may be wise to conceal your ties with the Exarch during your stay here, especially in the vicinity of the city.
Nodders.
I am glad we understand each other. Now the Exarch has instructed me to divulge a secret that should make finding your friend a good deal easier. Listen closely.
Alright. What's the secret? What's the sitch?
If you head south along the coast, you will eventually come to a fisherman's shack. A friend of the Crystarium lives there, a man who goes by the name of Ebor. Ebor keeps an eye on everything that happens in Kalusha, and will be able to point you in the right direction. Just hand him a sprig of thyme. That will let him know you can be trusted. Here, this should be enough. Find your friend. I will stay here with the Armada until you are ready to return.
Sick riff. Alright, also 316 to the southwest. To the south? Oh, southwest, yeah. Which is actually pretty close to where I'm headed. Alright. Hello, hobgoblins. Actually, what if I were to swap over here and kill you? How much experience will you get? Hmm? Oops, wrong. I'll do this. Well, they definitely can't kill me.
But it does take a long time to kill them. Pretty cool fire music though. Whoops. There we go. Okay, 2397. Yeah, that would take a long time. But also, something I think I'm gonna move around. I'm gonna put my buffs over here. And then these over here, because those are, you know, more attacky. Makes sense to have the attacks on the face buttons instead of the D-pad. We're gonna go ahead and swap back to Reaper. At the very least, it will likely be faster to kill anything that tries to kill me. And of course, Reaper has mobility. Back off. Hello, Eivor.
What are you after? Fish? Crab? Think I've got an ear in the barrel somewhere, if you've a taste for them.
I was actually thinking of giving you some time to go with your fish.
Oh, I do love a bit of time. Chuck some in the pan and it's like a bloody festival of flavor. Now what is it I can do for you? Can't say as there's been any major upsets to report these past few weeks. Alphinaud, eh? Aye, I know you would. You're our young champion of the downtrodden. Yulmar's richer than all of Norvent put together, but it's a different story for them as live outside of the city. Most spend every waking moment just trying to stay alive, which makes your friend's dedication to helping others stand out all the more. I can hazard a guess as to where he is now, but get a message to him. But you'll need somewhere quiet to meet, away from prying eyes. Make for Steeltide. That's the fishing village just up the path there. You're looking for a rundown excuse for a tavern the locals call the Leaky Keel. Wait there and I'll see that Alphinaud joins you.
Alright. I see they have Gubu here as well. Although apparently they're called Maltashes. Maltash. Nope. You can't catch me. Whoa. Back off. Hello, Amato Keep. Delivery Mugu.
We have a motto for hire if you're interested. Actually, before I forget, let me add your name to our register.
Yep. That's all I needed you for.
Why, hello, Genasia. Was it? I'm afraid I don't have any letters for you today. If I did, And of course, I deliver them to you with speed and gusto.
I know you would.
Aetheryte.
Alright. Guess I gotta go in, yes, the Leaky Keel.
It's your first time in a tavern. It's customary to buy a drink if you mean to loiter. What'll you be having?
Mead.
A fine choice. And what you be paying with?
Get Gil?
Well now, those are exotic. Where'd you come by a coin like that? Sorry dear, I don't doubt they have value, but I don't have a touchstone to test their purity, and I'm not about to go begging for one from the neighbours. So, we'll just have to come to some other arrangement. Ah, here's an idea. There's a common to the north where we grow our vegetables, but lately the pests have been eating more of them than we have. What do you say to a bit of extermination work?
I feel like you do take Gil, and you're just trying to come up with some kind of excuse to get me to go do some work for you.
I want you to squash any vermin you find, then visit the caretaker and give him an earful for me for sleeping on the job. He'll be in the old silo next to the fence, snoring like as not. Do that for me, and you can laze about here as long as you like.
Alright. Also, look at this person. Looking snazzy. Got a fur cloak and everything. To the north. Oh, hey, by the way, we should check this. Alright, 271 just straight south, huh? We're 91. Somehow we missed it when we were on this beach. Now, you won't be getting me. Still 107 to this. Ah, it's right on this dock. That's why. Back off, Goblin. Goblino. Yeah, that's right. Look at this guy. Just chilling in the boat. 900 to the northwest. My goodness. You won't kill me! Really solid battle music, dude. Yeah. I should probably put a sprint down here just so I can see it at all times, just so I know, okay, it's ready to be used again. Yeah. So that is good information to have. such good battle music. Lighted crop. Oh no, a hostile presence. Whatever will I do? Another blighted crop. This. You're done. You're next. Oh, here's those infamous grapes. Look at them. Oh boy. That's the best you can do, huh? Oh boy.
He just took a flat picture of grapes and just stuck it onto this three-dimensional object. Didn't even try to add any depth to the object. Not even perceived depth. Excuse me. No response. Maybe you need to knock louder. Perhaps they're hard of hearing. Am I gonna kick it in? No? You hear faint squeaking from the room beyond. Time to burst in and save the day, brave adventurer. No one is home, and judging by the lack of furniture, they haven't been for some time. The gnawed scraps of vegetables on the floor suggest rats have taken up residence in their absence. Right. Well, I'm back.
Welcome back, dear. What did that good-for-nothing caretaker have to say for himself?
He wasn't there.
Gone? Must have left to join the rest of the hopefuls. In Gate Town, outside Yulmore? You don't have a clue what I'm talking about, do you? And now I was hoping you were another dreamer. Well, never mind all that. Take a seat wherever you like, dear. You've more than earned it. I'll even throw in another drink on the house.
Good. Another drink for when Alphino arrives.
And how is business today, Mistress Theva?
Hey, I have that poncho.
Oh, frenetic. Look, I have a new customer.
Yeah? Okay, you can stop blocking Alphino's face. I know it's him. Like, come on.
'Tis good to see you, my friend. The barley seeds you wanted. They should produce a better harvest than the last.
What, just like that? Oh, Alphino, you really are a dear. Well, I'd best be tidying up some of those empty shacks before the pests move in. Keep an eye on the place while I'm out, eh?
I was actually pretty close to her voice. How about that?
It seems an age since last we spoke. Not since the prisoner exchange in Doma. And Yotsu.
Yep.
It has been even longer for me, of course, if you count the days I've spent here. But the time has only added to the relief I feel seeing you safe and well.
Well, it's good to see that you are well enough.
Huh. Alize said much the same thing. I don't think I've ever had such a scolding. But I believe an exchange of news is in order. Come, tell me of your arrival and all that came before.
Sure. So, Garlemald is going to war, and we're stuck here. Well, you guys are. I could go back, but...
Both the Exarch and Alize told me what they knew of events, but I had stubbornly clung on to the hope that all-out war might yet be avoidable. And poor Tataru. She must be sick with worry. We must endeavor to return as soon as we may. It would be nice to bring her good tidings for a change.
Uh-huh.
But before we bid this world farewell, we must first ensure that it is not rejoined to the source. We must prevent the 8th Umbral calamity. Urianger's vision of the future has, I fear, every chance of coming true. By his description, the catalyst for the calamity was a formless and deadly weapon employed by the Garlean Empire.
That would be the Black Rose.
Which can only mean one thing. Black Rose. Gaius was telling you the truth. When we were on the trail of the Ascians, we saw evidence that the gas was being manufactured once more.
Yep. And it's being manufactured once again.
Gaius was adamant that the project had been scrapped. But so long as there are wars to be waged, there will always be those determined to win by any means. And thus simply destroying the existing stores of Black Rose would do little to alter fate's course. In that sense, our involuntary journey here to the First was something of a boon.
Was it?
Together with the Exarch, we've developed a theory as to how we believe the rejoining will be set in motion. I'm sure Urianger himself will cover the subject in more detail.
Well, he's a ways
But I
away.
can tell you the process requires that both worlds, the Source and the First, be facing an existential threat. One being Sin Eaters, of course. They are a menace that I would dearly love to remove, and not just to avert a calamity.
Okay, but also, hold up. So, both worlds have to be facing such a existential threat. So couldn't we just, solve the Black Rose issue and then we'd be good? There would be no calamity, and we wouldn't have to do anything over here?
I may be a stranger to this world, but I will not stand idly by and let innocent people be slaughtered.
Yeah.
That is what brought me to the gates of Yulmore. Ignoring its pretensions as a kind of capital city to what remains of the world, it is nonetheless a center of power and authority. If any solutions are to be found, I believe our search should begin there. What say you, old friend? Hungry for another adventure?
Not really, but sure.
And so we take to the road once more.
Stable time. Ba, 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 ba. 216,000 XP. Not bad.
Assuming you have no objections, let us make our way directly to the city outskirts. If we time our arrival just right, you may be lucky enough to see why I have yet to set foot in Yulmore, despite my best efforts to do so. Come, from here, we must head west and then cross a small bridge.
Okay. West it is, I suppose. To the northwest. Whoa. Well, they have the ability to fly. I am not so lucky. I can dash and run. Giant iguanas, man.
Calusha seems peaceful, does it not? Almost familiar? I had a similar impression of the Crystarium, even in this distant world. People are much the same. To think that whenever a calamity struck the source, a reflection such as this one, with all its culture and history, was being erased from existence. No! Get away from me! Over there! Quickly, someone's in trouble.
Alright. What is it? Oh boy. What? No. Can't target the beast yet.
Oh, thank the fates! Look out!
He better look out. Oh yeah, I should, Shadow of Death. You good, madame?
My poor heart. Thank you, young miss. Ah, there you are. In my haste, I lost my bearings. But I see you have the situation well in hand. Fine work.
Really, Alpha?
Are you all right, madam? Just a few bruises from where I fell. Nothing compared to what was in store for me before this brave soul came to my rescue. I honestly thought I was done for. My feet are not as swift as they once were, and I knew there was no one left to hear me scream. Not that I let that stop me. I should probably leave my old house behind and queue up outside Ulmore.
with the rest of them. Doubt those fancy lords and ladies would welcome an old crone like me, but still, even a shack near the gate has to be safer than staying here.
One would hope. Either way, I suggest you avoid wandering alone, lest you make the Sin Eater's task any easier.
Thank you again. You saved my life. Now I'm sure a strapping lass like you has little to fear, but I wouldn't linger long in this place. There's naught to be had here but cobwebs and memories.
"'Tis as the lady says. Many in these parts have abandoned their homes to live in Yulmar's shadow. Should the Sin Eaters descend upon this region, there are precious few with the strength to fight them off. Speaking of which, what have you been told of these monsters?"
They come from beyond?
A brief history, then. 'Twas not long after the flood swallowed the better part of the world that the Sin Eaters first appeared, some beastly, some beauteous. Yet regardless of their form, all seem incapable of speech, and all are driven by the same insatiable appetite for mortal ether. They are predators, and we are their prey. Calusia suffers from far fewer attacks than most regions, but even so, the list of the Sin Eaters' victims grows longer by the day, a tragedy without end. Still, we have won a small victory this time, at least. Now, shall we press on? We need to return to where the road forks and follow the path that leads west.
All the way down there, huh? 400 to the northwest. Let's try getting this first. Still 300 northwest. Feel like it might be beyond my abilities to get there at the moment. Oh, just straight west from here. Good. Perhaps I will still be able to get there. Oh, nah, it's probably up there. Certainly not here. Well, shoot. At least have a look around here. See if there's any obvious paths up. There seems like I may be out of luck. Oh, there is a giant elevator. At least we can get this Aetheryte. Oh, and a Fate? Hey, you know what? I'll do that. What the? Where do those glow? Now you get out of here. Seriously.
Monster.
You know what? I should do this. Oh, also I should turn on grit. Sure do have a lot of health. But at least once I've finished this fate, I should get a chunk of experience for having done so. Goblins. Ridiculous. Almost halfway through this fate. All by ourselves as a tank. Close.
Yeah. 97,200 XP. Not a whole lot. 140 gil and 12 gems, bicolored gemstones. Okay.
Fates in certain areas offer bicolor gemstones as rewards. They can be exchanged with gemstone traders for rare items, some of which can only be obtained via these vendors. Completing fates in these areas with the highest rating possible will increase your rank, which allows the local gemstone trader to offer a wider selection of items. To view your progress in each applicable area, select Shared Fate from Travel in the main menu.
Okay. I am getting close to 71, which is nice. An Amaro Keeper. Hey. Goodbye. Real quick. I do need to go down there. Open arms, closed gate. Fine. So let's check this northeast. So that's still the closest one. Interesting. How many are there? It should be travel, ether currents, Calusia. Whoops. So there are 5 quest ones and 3 more exploration. Look at that BC. Oof. Germinate. Uh-huh. Yeah, I'm really liking playing this game on controller. Feels real good, especially like when you're fighting an enemy and you need to back up. Instead of slowly backing up in the opposite direction of the camera, or you know, towards the camera, I guess, your character just turns around. It's so nice. Not having to turn the camera to go this way. Makes avoiding those enemy AoEs a lot easier. Back off. Alright. Real quick, I'm gonna go refill my water bottle. I'll be right back. In a jiffy. There we are. Be right back.
Alright, I'm back. It is time to resume. Our little adventure here.
That gate up ahead is known as the Open Arms, and Yulmore itself lies beyond. This, meanwhile, is the aptly named Gate Town, the dwelling place of the many desperate souls who hope to be chosen to live in the city proper.
And they live in these little ramshackle shacks.
Ah, I thought I recognized you. Brought a new friend, eh? I'll bet you got a trick or two up your sleeve. Maybe even 3. Care to show me?
Huh?
She's not here to compete. Leave her be.
What? I was only making conversation.
What's wrong with competing?
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please! Greetings to our hopeful petitioners, one and all. Yulmore extends its warmest regards. Let it be known that a lady of distinction wishes to dine on fish divine. We seek a master culinarian who can guarantee seafood perfection. Dazzle the matron with your delicious dishes, and life in the city will be yours to enjoy, even on days when fish is not on the menu! Who among you will answer the call? Name yourself or another. We might not at all.
Don't think there's any culinarians here. I'm a culinarian, but I'm not that great. Not that high level.
Do you
of
recall how I said
culinary.
Yulmore was a center of power and authority? Well, that is not the only reason for its fame. It is also known as the City of Final Pleasures. The noble and the wealthy who survived the flood gathered here to live out the rest of their days in decadent abandon. A poor man could sooner pass through the Iron Needle than Yulmore's gates. The only way the common folk can enter this perverted paradise is if they fulfill the whim of one of the privileged. And so they are picked over like market produce.
What a catch! We'll not be throwing this one back. Having seen your all too obvious charms, we welcome you with open arms. Come, join us in the City of Splendor and live
What?
out your life in an ecstasy of endeavor.
I sense the presence of a powerful mark. What? Huh? What? Where? Huh? I'm in a cutscene. What?
Oh, just look at those expectant faces. What could you possibly be waiting for? Well, what have we here? An extra share of meal to celebrate our newest resident! For you.
Ah, at last!
Enjoy!
Thank goodness.
Over here!
Meal is a foodstuff which Yulmore routinely doles out to the people of Gate Town, and apparently a staple for its citizens as well. Many here rely on it to survive in these times of scarcity. Yet the whole arrangement just seems... well, let's just say it leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
Yeah. Same. Hi. Don't you smile at me. Also, how did you know that she's a culinarian just by looking at her? I feel like you're not actually looking for a culinarian.
Now you understand why my attempts to enter the city have thus far come to naught. The dubious privilege of residency must be won via contest with ever-changing rules. They say this policy has been in place for the past 2 decades, ever since Yulmore's current ruler came into power. Yet from what I've seen, it does more harm than good. Not only does it distract people from our shared struggle against the Sin Eaters, it robs them of their self-sufficiency. I've tried to propose ways they could improve their lot, but my words invariably fall on deaf ears. The attitude is so entrenched now, I worry that, well, mayhap you should take a turn around Gate Town and judge the situation for yourself.
Hello, begrimed bloke. Still here, are you? Can't blame you for wanting a slice of Yulmore's pie. If you ask me, you should ditch that sour-faced brat and make a home for yourself here. Gate Town's not much to look at, eh? But at least it's safe. And the meal is the best thing I've ever tasted.
I don't have to worry about safety. I am safety.
Look at me.
Anything tries me and they wind up trying themselves. A large pot bubbles over the flame, pale chunks. Meal, you'll realize, float in the otherwise plain broth. So they're like dumplings or something? Hello, preoccupied petticoat.
Just look at it. Can you imagine a more beautiful city? Every day I dream of the life that awaits for me inside those walls. Oh, will they ever pick me?
Not likely. Less likely than you think. There you are, Alpha. Long ways back here.
You've seen what Gate Town has to offer? These people can no longer fend for themselves. They've become dependent on handouts of meal, and believe Yulmore is the answer to all their woes. Yet no matter how I frame my encouragement, they seem unwilling, nay, unable to conceive of any other way of life.
Alphino wears a look of profound disapproval. Profound disapproval. You disapprove of these people's way of life?
disapprove? It frustrates me, certainly. That is only part of it, though. The whole situation makes me uneasy. Not that it matters, however unjust this system seems to me. If these people claim to be content with their lot, it is hardly my place to criticize their choices. But take that elderly lady you rescued. Does it not seem that those who have chosen to forego Ulmore's largesse are doomed to suffer for their independence? In the end, they are all but forced to seek refuge in Gatetown, and so hamlets and fields across the island are left empty and untended, hastening the region's descent into ruin. Nay, I am not convinced that Ulmore's generosity truly serves the best interests of Kalusha's people.
Well, hang on.
I'm not so naive as to think there is some miraculous solution to all of this. Yet I cannot help but frown at the sight of hard-working villagers struggling to survive, even as the chosen few rejoice at being plucked from poverty by the hand of a capricious noble. There has to be a better way. I will not know for sure, however, until I have taken those long-delayed steps through Ulmore's gates. 'Tis fortunate that you have arrived when you did, Junosia. I have been working on a scheme to insinuate myself into the city, and if all goes to plan, it should soon come to fruition. There is a beast tribe who makes its home in the seas surrounding the island. The Ondo, they are called, though you and I know them as Sahagin. For the most part, they keep to themselves in their ocean grottos, and rarely have dealings with land dwellers. But as Tataru took such great pains to impress upon me during our stay in Kugane, business favors the bold, and so I reached out to them. I duly discovered that the Ondo are inordinately fond of land-grown produce, fresh fruits in particular, and when I offered to produce such goods for them, they promised to pay me in pearls. An attractive business venture for any prospective investor, would you not agree? Surely even the most jaded Ulmoran lord would have time for a merchant who can make pearls from plums and pumpkins. Yes, I've come a long way since my days of buying samurai swords without first negotiating a price. My appointment with the Ondo is due to take place in a few hours. I just need to collect the produce and meet with them on the shore. Might you help me make the exchange? Excellent. I should be glad of your company. First things first then. We must pay a visit to Moshimoa, my supplier in right. Come, it is just to the northwest of here.
Nodders. Ba-ba-bam. Someone was listening. Ba-ba. Let's check this. Yep, still way up to the north there. Upon the mesa. That's what I thought. I can just teleport there, for I have already been Alphino. Hello, ma'am.
Is there something I can get you, friend? Good day to you, Moshimura. This is my associate, Genosia. We are here to collect the produce I purchased. Eh? I loaded your lackey up with the goods not long ago. My lackey? I know of no such person. Mr. Lad? Short blue hair? No? He said he'd come on your behalf, and since he seemed to know all the details, I just assumed... Confound it. Someone must have been eavesdropping on our conversation. If this charlatan was here not long ago, he cannot have gone far. We should split up and search the area. You find a vantage point on the south side of town, and I shall take the west.
Very well. Interesting. To the west, you say? Somewhere over here. I have to look into that. Anyways. Search the surroundings for a male Mistel with short blue hair. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out to target a likely suspect and inspect him with R2/X. Okay. Hello there. You've located your quarry. Blue-haired Mistel youth. What do you think you're up to, huh? You don't know who I am.
Genosia, any sign of him?
Yeah. Right there.
You've a keen eye. Let us move in before he makes good his escape.
Yeah. Excuse me, sir.
There you are. The thief who claimed the harvest on my behalf. Hand it over.
Well, forgive me. I have to get into the city. I have no family and all my friends have already been chosen. No one here gives a damn about me. When the meal gets handed out, I'm lucky if I get a smell of it. No matter what I do, they won't call out my name. I'm so tired, I'm so bloody hungry. I thought maybe I could steal your idea, get in that way.
What is your name?
Kai Shear.
Tell me then, Kai Shear. Must it be Yulmore or nothing? What of the Crystarium? They may not offer charity, but you would be fairly compensated for any work you did.
No, it has to be Yulmore. That's where all my friends are. We made a promise that we'd live together in paradise.
Not so sure Yulmore.
I was to make my deal with the Ondo at the Clave.
Is the place.
Listen carefully, and I shall tell you my plans for the business, and how best to arouse the Ulmoran's interest.
You'll give me your place? Just like that?
I'm giving you a chance, nothing more. What comes of it is entirely up to you.
I understand. Oh, thank you, thank you!
Crazy that Yulmore doesn't even allow visitors. I mean, it's one thing that they won't allow new residents except for those they specifically pick out, but...
This was but one part.
Visitors?
There will be others. But for young Kaishia, it was the difference between life and death. I do not regret my decision, yet I will admit that a part of me wonders if it was for the best. We strive to bring swift salvation to this world, that countless lives might be saved, not least your own. Even if it came at the cost of one man, should I have forged on regardless?
Quite possibly, meaning we need to come up with a new plan now, Flip. No. That's not who you are.
I suppose not. Were Estinian here, he would most likely scoff at my soft-heartedness.
Same old Alfino, ever the slave to sentiment.
But I thank you for your kind words nonetheless. Let us see to it that both these stories have a happy ending. Shall we return to Wright then?
Guess so.
Is that?
Huh? The Misto lad?
I can't be sure, but I think someone's in trouble.
Or is that Thancred? Or it can't be Ariache.
Come on, they may need our help.
Right. Something tried to fight me right before I got into this cutscene. I don't suppose I can swim there, can I? Nope. Swimming is not allowed here. Only in Stormblood. I love this running animation. The scythe hanging behind me. 244 or 245 to the southwest. At least it should be somewhere near that person, or perhaps up this hill. It just says west, so yeah, I think it's on the beach then. Right there. Perfect. Now hang on. I love that I take no fall damage when I use that. 1 second. Just gotta tune to this ether current real quick. Alright, now what's that about a weakened wretch? aiding.
Not Thancred.
That should take care of the worst of his injuries. Mercy, mercy, I beg you. Breathe easy, sir. No harm will come to you here. The poor man is shivering. Pray, keep an eye on him while I get a fire going.
Whoops. No.
I thought for certain I was dead. How am I ever to repay this kindness? We'll settle for the tale behind your current predicament. Why don't you begin by telling us your name? Tristor. I was invited into Yulmore to work as an artist.
Uh-huh.
A wealthy couple took me in to paint pictures for them. But when my style proved contrary to their taste, they just as quickly turfed me out onto the street. I was left penniless and patronless, a grave sin in Lord Vorthry's city. Within days they had brought me before the man himself, and he asked me what I meant to do. Dejected as I was, I told him that I wished to leave. Little did I know how soon he would grant me my wish. They flung me over the balustrade into the ocean. From up there? How were you not dashed to pieces? Don't ask me. Luck, I suppose. Though if you hadn't found me when you did, it wouldn't have counted for much. Monstrous. And the citizens condone such barbaric punishment. But without a second thought, when Lord Vorthry passes judgment, no one so much as blinks, let alone argues. In Yulmore, his word is law. The more I hear about Yulmore, the more determined I am to see what waits within its walls. I shall bend all my thoughts towards securing another way into the city. There must be something we can do. But first we should convey Tristor to the shelter of the village. Fire or no fire, he needs to be out of this chilly coastal air. Away into the city?
Here. Ah. Man, all the beasts here are aggressive. No. Back off. Back off! Wow, 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 wow. Target out of range. Yeah, of what? I didn't try to use any abilities. Hello, Tristor. I think I will swap to Dark Knight real quick to get that experience from completing this quest.
Pray accept my deepest gratitude. I owe you both my life. And if you'll permit me, I would assist you in your attempt to enter Yulmore, insofar as I am able at any rate. To be frank, the thought of sending my saviors into that awful place makes me sick to the stomach. But since it's plain you've set your minds to it, you should take this. It's my favorite paintbrush. The Ulmoran elite are never satisfied until they get exactly what they want, and if I'm not mistaken, the couple I mentioned will be looking for someone to replace me. If you make a show of owning such a well-used brush, you may be able to convince people you have a talent for painting. Are you certain? This is your livelihood. We cannot deprive you of such a treasured possession. I give it gladly, after all you've done for me. Besides, I don't think I have the heart to paint anymore. And to what I'll do instead, I honestly haven't decided. But I shan't stay long in this place. Not with that city brooding over me. Nay, I'll move on to new lands and a new profession. And I'll keep you in my prayers from now until my dying day.
216,000 XP. Getting closer to level 71, at least. I just figure since Reaper's already level 72, which is 2 levels above the starting level and 2 levels above my current quest, I might as well put some experience into Dark Knight in case my first duty, story-wise, ends up being like level 71 or 72 requirement.
They say kindness is its own reward, but Tristol has repaid us with a gift as timely as it was unexpected. We will, however, need to act upon his advice before another painter steps in to fill the vacancy. Thankfully, I do have some modest skill with a brush. Nothing approaching that of a true artist, of course, but enough to play the role, I would hope. As for you, well, if you don't mind taking a subordinate role, mayhap you could pose as my assistant? Then it is settled. All we need do now is return to Gate Town and await the next appearance of those vile jesters.
Bow, 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 bow. This is right, isn't it? Yeah. The next closest ether current is up there. Still, I shall have a quick look. See if there's any way of getting up this elevator at the moment, or if I'll have to wait till later. Back off, Island Rail. Awesome run. Doesn't seem to be anybody here. Well, that doesn't seem to be very helpful. There we go. Well then, suppose I should just have to head on back there. Back to the Gate Town. Man, I do really enjoy this outfit that Tatara made for us. Looks so cool and really goes with my Reaper class. Alright, gotta go further east.
Wales Breach. Gate Tower.
Here I am, Alphanel. What do we got? There they are again.
Here they come. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention once more. What a day it's been for the folks at our door. We've welcomed a peddler who made pearls from a plum, and now we've a place for a painter of a plum. So come along and don't be slow. It's time to let your colors show.
You just so happen to be looking for a painter?
I can paint. Portraits at least. Landscapes and still lifes are so rarely commissioned these days. Oh, I thought I spied some new faces in the crowd. What fortune that you should feel at ease around an easel. What proof have you of your prowess? Any masterpieces on your person? Sadly not. Everything I paint is soon sold. Such is the life of a working artist. I have only my brush to testify for me, though you will note that it has seen no small amount of service. Ah ho ho, flecks of paint, both old and new, a tool much loved and much used. Not a prop to be conjured on the hop. Very well, come with us and we'll put those talents to the test. And who is this hanger-on, well-wisher or parasite? Why, this is my assistant, she whose unfailing support allows my art to flourish. I will go with her or not at all. Parasite, then. We shall leave her fate in the hands of your new employer. It matters not a whit to us. And having filled our latest vacant space, we retire to Yulmore's sweet embrace.
Hi.
Oh, mercy me, the meal! We almost took our leave without leaving a loving token. We must empty the sacks ere we make our way back.
And in we go.
Redemption is beyond us.
Is it though?
The lament of all but saints and fools, and the comfort of the lords and ladies of this accursed place. Once they held fast against the madness, only to embrace the coming cataclysm and delight in the end of days.
Yulmore, Norvrant.
Perhaps in rapture they seek to lose themselves and the misery they share. Or perhaps for them alone, the promise of eternal pleasure really does hold true.
As long as you have the coin. Once thou art penniless, out you go.
Welcome, welcome to the city of final pleasures. Feel free to weep at its magnificence. No, not even a single tear. Moving right along then. Our first task is to register you as residents. You know, make it all nice and official. We'll smooth the way, so you just need to put on your happy faces and head through to Joyous Hall. The Bureau of Immigration is in the first room on the left side of the passage. Declare your name and occupation in a nice loud voice. The clerks will tell you where to go from there. Oh, and pay no mind to those folk off to the side of the road. Much like the hopefuls in Gatetown, they haven't earned the right to enter the city proper. If, however, you enjoy basking in the envy of your fellow man, then by all means, take your time. But why waste another moment? Go! Enjoy the beginning of your new life in paradise!
The Bureau of Immigration, was it? I suppose we had better show ourselves willing for the time being?
I suppose so. And here we are. A new city. Let's go ahead and attune to this. Giant gates. Much smaller actual door. Joyous Hall. I suppose I should. Actually, first I will do a loop around the town and get those other two Aetherites. Plus, I should get to this Amaro Keep. Get that checked off. You never know when you might have need of an Amaro Keep. Though usually it's for getting to places that don't have an Aetherite. Still. Wreck of a ship, huh? There you are. Of course, once I'm attuned to that, I can utilize it to just go straight back to the Glory Gate. Hello. How's it going then?
Welcome to Yulmar, fortunate friends. May I have your names? I'm Alphino, an artist, and this is Eunosia, my assistant. Ah yes, I was informed of your imminent arrival. we can forego the usual interview and begin processing your registration papers forthwith. Now, the citizens of Yulmore are divided into two classes. There are the free, who are blessed with the favor of Lord Vorthry, and the bonded, who work in the employ of the free. You will be joining the ranks of the bonded. Your duties are to serve a patron in the capacity for which you were chosen. In your case, painting pretty pictures. Should your patron dismiss you for any reason, you must find another sponsor among the free, or accept work as a general labourer. I see. And might you tell us something of the patron we are to serve? The two patrons, actually. Kainuz and Dulia Kai, a Mistel couple whom most refer to as the Kais. They are both gentle souls, but I would ask that you conduct yourself with respect and humility, for your own sake as much as theirs. Now, a moment, please, while I complete the relevant paperwork.
The Kais.
All in order. These are your registration documents. Take those papers next door and submit them to the clerk. Once they've been stamped, you will officially be Yulmoran citizens. Enjoy your new life in paradise.
Off we go. Registration officer.
Welcome to the Bureau of Registration. Papers, please.
There you are.
What have we here? Alphino artist, Genosia artist assistant, to be employed in the service of Lord Kai Nuz and Lady Dulia Kai. Yes, everything seems to be in order. Your registration is hereby approved. I think it best that we deliver you to the Kai residence before... Huh? Oh dear. You smell hideous. Did you crawl here through a ditch? It's like an unholy miasma of dust and sweat and the musk of some unwashed beast. Proceed directly to the delousery next door and scrub yourselves clean. Use whichever showers are free. After you've rinsed away that stench, you'll want to splash yourself with this perfume. Liberally. Once you've made yourself presentable, then you may proceed to the Kai residence. Cornine, the guard by the stairs, will give you directions.
I hadn't realized we were so aromatic.
I thought I smelled just fine. Very well. To the delousery. And we use the delouser. You rinse yourself clean in the stream of water. Parfum?
You apply the perfume as directed, and the delicate scent of roses fills the air.
Alphino.
Oh, You've showered and dressed already, have you? Is it not? That is to say, it seems rather exposed for one's ablutions, does it not?
Hurry up and shower, Stinky. What would a Styrian say? Alicia would have been drying her hair by now. Hurry up and shower, Stinky.
Fine, just a quick rinse then.
Go on, Stinky. Take a shower. They've got curtains.
Well, that was bracing. I believe the lingering smells of the road have been successfully expunged. Shall we go and present ourselves to our new patrons, then?
Very well.
Woo! Hello, Cornine.
You're looking to present yourselves, the Kais, are you? Let me explain how the city's laid out, then. Imagine 3 layers, one on top of the other. This layer here is called the buttress. Above us is the understory, where the military and its headquarters...
Oh, it has its headquarters.
And above that, you've got the canopy, which is where the free citizens of Yulmore spend their days. If you want to find your new patrons, you'll need to keep climbing until you run out of stairs. Then look for the Grand Dame's parlor, and they'll be in there, like as not.
Right. Here we go. Lots of running up actual stairs, huh? No little loading bars. Hold on. That would appear to be an aetheryte. I must attune to it.
You've attuned yourself to the Ethernet shards in Yulmore. Kalusia is now accessible as an Ethernet destination.
Nifty. Nuts board.
The clan hunt board is covered in bills showing the details of wanted monsters.
However, you are unable to accept any of the bills posted at present. Clan Nutsy?
Sorry, sinner, but my services are reserved for members of Clan Nutsy.
In order to be eligible for the quest Nuts to You, you must have met the following requirements.
You must have completed the side quest Elite and Dangerous. You must have completed the main scenario quest Travelers of Norvrant.
Right. Fine then. Back I go. At least I've got all the Ethernet shards. Just need to find the actual aetheryte, which is likely on the canopy. Here we are. Yulmore Aetheryte Plaza. According to the message engraved in the base, special permission is required to use this aetheryte. Well, screw you. How could you stop me? Wait, what? Oh, materia vendor. I thought it said mending vendor. Silly me.
No menders? Splendors? What?
Unfortunately, the Boutique of Splendors has suspended all script exchanges until further notice.
Ah. You're a mender. Repair this. Oh. It's not much, but I like to stay on top of these things. Dadden. Dadden. Metal spinner. Airship fitting materials. Honeybee trappings materials.
Few could envision that these rare, uninspiring objects will eventually be soaring gracefully through the skies. Strictly speaking, it will be the airship to which they are attached that will be doing the flying. But it still counts. Ridiculous.
Duly okay? Okay, nose.
Oh, who's this then?
Hi. Painter and assistant. Painter and
Lord
assistant.
and Lady Chai, pray forgive our intrusion.
Chai?
I'm given to understand you were in search of an artist.
Ah, you must be the new,
Oh, goodness me! What an adorable boy! That silken hair, those pearly cheeks, oh, and you even smell wonderful, like a bed of flowers.
Uh-huh.
I approve of this one, dearest. I am positive he will paint us the most delightful pictures.
Yes. Well, I mean, as long as he paints better than that talentless wretch we sent packing last week.
Wonderful, wonderful. Welcome to Yulmore.
Alphino, if it please you, my lady. And this is my assistant.
Your assistant? I've heard of folk bringing in family members, but this seems a bit irregular. Aren't you a little young to have a protege?
Yep, look at me. Clearly, the spitting image of a painter's assistant. Scythe and all.
We are family in all but name, my lord. Though we share no blood, we have stood by each other through life's many challenges, resolved to prevail together or not at all. Of all people, 'tis she who best understands my work. With her unique insight guiding my hand, the art I create is sure to satisfy your expectations. Once the picture is begun, of course, I shall have no need of constant encouragement. And so I wondered, rather than her being in your way, might it then be permissible for my assistant to explore the city she has so longed to see? Out of gratitude for her priceless contribution to my art, I thought it only fair that I make this humble request on her behalf.
Oh, did you ever hear of such devotion? Of course your assistant must have her wish. She shall be free to roam to our heart's content.
Well, that was easy.
Isn't that right, darling?
Darling.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course, dearest. Quite right.
Well, that's that quest completed. Would send you into the city to explore, and
I will get boots.
Now you've the opportunity to experience Ulmar. I suggest you make the most of it. Explore the city top to bottom. In other words, I would start with the canopy and go from there. Try wandering around the market stalls, mayhap. Such places are usually filled with colourful characters, only too eager to share local gossip with a friendly visitor. I would appreciate it, of course, if you could share any discoveries with me in turn. We should both learn as much as possible about our new place of residence.
Alrighty then. I assume I still do not yet have the authority to activate. Yeah. Amiable maiden.
Oh, hello there. A fresh register, are we? You seem a little lost. Well, 'tis lovely to make your acquaintance. Speaking of acquaintances, you wouldn't happen to have run into my attendant on your wanderings, would you? Big, strong lad, long hair, tied back? He was escorting me on a shopping errand when I realized I'd dropped my handkerchief, and now I've been waiting here all alone while he's been off searching for it. I'm not terribly fond of being alone. If you do see him, I would be obliged if you could pass on this message. Forget the silly handkerchief and return to my side at once.
Right. Sprint time. Sir? Sir, how?
Wicked! Wait, that was too close! Thank you, friend. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come along. I was trying to rescue my lady's handkerchief, you see. The wind must have blown it over the edge, but luckily it caught on something. I thought if I could just stretch out far enough.
You risked your life for a scrap of cloth?
It's not just a scrap of cloth. Not if it belongs to her. I would risk my life and more to spare my mistress but a single moment of sadness. When I first came to Ulmar, I thought only of improving my lot in life. But there was so much more to this city than wealth and plenty. There is no war here, no conflict. The residents all treat each other with warmth and respect. My mistress has been ever so kind to me, and I can think of no other place in Kalusia where I could possibly be happier. Sorry, I might have gotten a bit carried away. I find it hard to stop when I start counting my blessings these days. Please, you should come with me to meet my lady. Once she hears of your deed, you'll be witness to a generosity firsthand. What? Lonely, you say? Curse my clumsy feet! I must return to her immediately!
Off he goes. Hello, amiable maiden.
My attendant told me everything. I'm so very grateful to you. Were there to offer my... I'm so grateful, very grateful you were there to offer your assistance.
You seem dedicated. You seem a dedicated patron.
patron.
Oh, my attitude is not unusual, I assure you. Without the efforts of our bonded residents, we free citizens would not enjoy the pleasures of our daily lives. They are deserving of our unending gratitude. Mayhap in another society, our different standing would breed prejudice or resentment, but in Ulmore, a most glorious measure is in place to avert such unpleasantness. Part of that measure requires that the free surrender their fortunes upon registration. All of our property, financial, intellectual, or otherwise, is given over to the city. In exchange, we are provided with ample funds and commodities to live a life of pampered luxury. Being liberated from the concern of earning coin has an almost miraculous effect on people's outlook. There are no rivals to compete against, only fellow residents with whom to enjoy our tranquil existence. Now, if you'll excuse us, I must see what the markets have to offer as a reward for the return of my handkerchief. Oh, and I've not forgotten you, of course. Our courageous messenger turned rescuer. Here's a box of boots.
Right. And this box of boots holds, 385 boot.
Deep gold solarets of Fendi.
They don't look as good as my boots. An update. 372. Creeping on up. Alright. Ma'am?
All this talk of relying on the bonded, and I haven't given a thought as to what your duties might be. I hope I haven't interrupted your work unduly. A tour of the city, is it? Then you really must visit the Beehive. It's always buzzing with activity. Local humor. Anyway, a lady by the name of Tista B usually has her seat near the entrance. She will gladly speak with you on any number of topics. Assuming you find yourself on her good side.
Very nice.
Skyfront.
The Beehive. Ah, of course. Thought as much. Hello.
Welcome to the Beehive, my little drone. Seeking the sting of excitement to liven up your day. I can tell at a glance when folk are new to our happy colony. It's the nervous fluttering, you see. Always gives them away. Why don't we play some cards to set you at your ease, eh? A quick game of high or low? It's simply a matter of guessing who has the bigger hand. If you win, I'll grant you a single favor. Within reason, of course. Interested?
Sure. Also, I don't think there's going to be any combat here, so I'll go ahead and switch to this just to make sure I don't miss those XP drops.
Ready for a game of high or low, then?
Let's play.
Good for you. No time like the present, I say. Three cards for you, 3 cards for me. You flip one of yours over, and I flip 2 of mine. Now, what's your call? Will your total be higher or lower than mine?
Hi.
You're going with high then. Right. Let's see what we've got. Oh. My cards add up to 11, and you have a total of 20. Yeah. Congratulations! Your guess was right! Usually I'd concede defeat at this point. But what do you say to a rematch? One more win. Then we'll talk about that favor. Another match of high or low? Come now, little honeybee. We all need our diversions. That's the spirit. Let me sort out the deck. Three cards for you, 3 cards for me. You flip one of yours over, and I flip 2 of mine. Now, what's your call? Will your total be higher or lower than mine?
Low!
You're going with low then? Right, let's see what we've got. My cards add up to 19, and you have a total of 14. What? Well, well, would you look at that? I think you've got a knack for this, newcomer. Congratulations! Victory is yours, as is the prize I promised. Come whisper in my ear then. And don't be shy. Tell old Tista what she can do for you. That's all? How delightfully wholesome. But if knowledge is what you want, then that is what you shall have. In my humble estimation, the most wondrous thing about this town is how safe we are from the Sin Eaters. They say Lord Vothri was born with the power to command them, which means no Yulmoran need ever raise a weapon in defense of the city. Was that the kind of thing you wish to know? If your itch still needs scratching, you might get a few words out of Atharn over there. There's not that merry sot likes more than the sound of his own voice.
Right. Hello, Atharn.
What's that? New to Ulmar, you say? Only just arrived and already you're looking to peel away the layers of mystery. Oh, I'm all for chatting, but you need to slow down and enjoy life, my friend. I tell you what, you hop up on stage and give us a dance first, and then we can have our little talk.
The things I do for the universe. No. Oh, is this not? Surely this is. Slash dance. Okay. Dance. You happy?
That's the way. Dance like there's no tomorrow.
Alright, I did it.
Now that was a show. You're welcome to clamber up on stage anytime you like. So, what was it you wanted to ask me? Ah, yes, something about our fair city. Well, I can tell you it wasn't always so peaceful as it is today. The Ulmaran army may be the very essence of military might, But even our forces saw grievous losses in the war against the Sin Eaters. Things changed for us, around 20 years ago now, when the old ruler's son came to power. He's got this way with the Eaters, you see, turns them docile as house cats. I wouldn't be exaggerating to say they've become something of an ally to Yulmore, no longer an enemy to be feared. And yet, elsewhere, there are still fools who insist on fighting their losing battles. Ha! A toast to Lord Vorthry!
You've gained a preliminary sense of the city. The Chais and Alphino will be expecting your return.
I am out of here.
Right, this class doesn't have mobility. Can still sprint though. Here we are. No. Dulia Chai.
Oh, you've returned from your jaunt around the city so soon? You needn't have hurried back. Young Alphino is yet to put brush to canvas.
One cannot rush good art, I'm told. Or good artists, apparently. Ah, finally.
Hi, Alphino. I see you've donned your armor.
I've put together an ensemble out of the garments you chose. Is this satisfactory? Oh, goodness gracious me! That last outfit was precious, but this makes you look positively dashing. You truly are a handsome boy. However am I to decide?
What happened to painting?
Exactly. The lad is an artist, dearest, not a dress-up doll. It's about time we set him to work for the reason we called him here.
Must we? I do love a good painting, but I thought since we were enjoying ourselves so thoroughly...
Well, I should not... That is to say, as long as you... Just make sure you give the lad time to prepare. We know who'll be upset if he's not ready to paint at a moment's notice.
Whatever you say, darling. So, shall we pick out some jewelry next?
Hey, Alphino. I see you're having fun, Alphino.
Lady Chai has a very particular sense of beauty, and apparently that extends to how I should dress whilst painting. But this obsession of hers works in our favor. The time I spend indulging these distractions is time you can use to continue your explorations. For this excursion, I'd like you to delve into the layer below us and sniff about the military headquarters. I'm sure the understory has its own tale to tell.
Wow, wow. Great.
Where are the stairs? Oh, I know. The entrance is in this little tiny hallway.
the understory. Yeah. Yeah.
Huh. Well, at least I know that that door opens. Huh. Hello?
You're one of the bonded, aren't you? Like me? Please, I need your help. My throat, I can't sing anymore. I've been making excuses, but it's just not getting any better. If my patron thinks I'm of no use to him, then I need you to sneak out to the derelicts and describe my condition to Thoric. Here's a list of symptoms and a hunk of meal to pay for his medicines. Please, I have no one else to turn to.
Very well. Where exactly do you need me to go? Oh, alright, just out to Night Soil Pots. Simple enough. Thoric.
Do you need medicines, tonics, patients?
Possibly.
A cure for an ailing voice, is it? No medicine will cure this. Methinks your songbird has a lump in her throat. It must be cut out, excised, and even then the voice may never heal completely. Poor little songbird! Will they kick her from the nest, I wonder? Or simply silence her chaps? Oh, your face, you didn't know? Of the many hopefuls who enter the city, very few are ever seen to leave, even as corpses. Though you might see one or two fortunate fools hurled from the balconies, but the rest, gone. A town of nightmares it is, not for the ship's rat. Oh, no, I am content to scurry around down here and nibble on the crumbs which fall from the table. This consultation is over. You have my verdict, and I have my meal. Good day.
You're a terrible person. To the mainstay, I suppose.
Did you get my medicine? So that's it? What am I gonna do if I can't sing?
Ah, there you are, my sweet canary. Have you been crying again? Don't tell me your voice is still not on the mend.
Oh, the generous sir, have mercy. I've done all I can, but even the apothecary said...
So you've been suffering all this time. I'm sorry, my pet. I hadn't realized your affliction was this grave. But you needn't fret. I'll not reward your hours of trilling by casting you out into the street.
You are too kind, sir. But what use am I if I cannot sing? I fear the day I become more burden to you than treasure.
Then I shall have a word with Lord Varthry and arrange for your ascension. In that paradise where resides neither pain nor illness, will your song ring out clearly once again? Or mayhap you think it a step too far?
No, would you do that for me?
Of course. Why, I would almost wish to hasten my own ascension, knowing your blessed instrument was waiting there to greet me.
Ascension? Ascension?
Ah, you must be a new arrival. Allow me to explain. As all know, the Sin Eaters exist to devour the sinful, but also do they serve to gather the souls of the innocent and shepherd them unto celestial paradise. It is through Lord Varthry that we learned this truth. It is through Lord Varthry's grace that the free people of Yulmore are destined to embrace salvation. We are blessed to spend our days surrounded by love and merriment, until at last we are called to a final rapture. Even the bonded may find a place within that host, should their patrons deem them worthy.
Lord Varthry truly is a great man, isn't he?
Now, if you'll excuse us, we must be on our way. May you find eternal salvation. For your compassion you have shown my precious canary.
Ma'am, you're being sentenced to death, not salvation. Oh boy. Time to report to Alpha now. Alright. There is no Ethernet shard up there, there's only the Aetheryte. I do not yet have permission to activate the Aetheryte. Really wish they would give me permission soon. So that I would be allowed to leave whenever.
"'Tis good to see you all back. You were taking so long I began to worry something bad happened. I'd begun sketching an outline for the portrait, but nay. The Chais appear otherwise occupied. Will you share what your investigations have gleaned thus far?"
Not so great.
"So Lord Varthry boasts some manner of influence over the Sin Eaters, does he? That would explain the reverence in which he is held by the citizenry. And as for this ascension business, I cannot help but be put in mind of that apothecary and his ominous remarks. If so many folk have entered the city over the years, then where do they go?"
To death. Level 71! Nice. Emergent Splendor. Real quick, I just want to see something. Oh, that's the last in the Alphinaud quest chain. Okay. Feel cool. Let's go ahead and take care of that then. Seems eager to discuss the significance of your discoveries. So hopefully this will get me access to that Aetheryte.
I take my eyes off you for one moment, and you're chattering away with that assistant of yours. Am I to assume the outline is done, then? What in blazes? It's so unflattering. Explain yourself, Alvino. Where is your artistic interpretation? It should evoke images of affluence and nobility and overwhelm the viewer with its boundless beauty.
Lord Chai, you stated that the portrait was to commemorate your anniversary. Yours being a joyous union, it seemed to me that a realistic portrayal...
Realistic? I don't want realism, I want perfection! A spectacle to slacken jaws and weaken knees, to make people cry out in amazement! Now, fetch a blank canvas and... I say, did that come from above?
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please! A tale to make you quiver and your noble blood freeze. There was a villain on the loose, set to ruin our fair city. But our lord has got him now, and his fate will not be pretty. Yes, the hammer of justice is poised to come crashing down, and one and all who'd watch it fall are invited to join his lordship in the offer. About content? How dreadful.
And this man is to face sentencing?
That's right. In fact, if you're curious, it might be worth you going along for the experience. The offer they mentioned is part of the Emergent, the level above us, where Lord Vothri resides. Ordinarily, you would be barred from entering, but it seems they'll be opening its doors for the next little while. The Crown Lift will take you up there.
We had better not dawdle then.
Yes, indeed. Crown Lift.
Chatting. Joining the crowd up there.
Yes? And that's Lord Vothri?
That's him. That's Vothri.
Sleeping amongst those beings of light. And also, my goodness, sir. He's giant.
He's attended by sin eaters. But how does he keep them from attacking?
That is a good question.
Mercy! Mercy!
By the 12.
Of course it is. I figured.
Kaishia, what happened to you?
Who are these impudent louts? I do not recall requesting their presence.
You offered the presence of everyone.
Lord Vothri, what is the meaning of this? Why is this poor man bleeding to death on your floor?
Why? You ask me why? Because criminals must be punished. And this man is guilty of fraud. He came to us, claiming to be a man of business. Yet his subsequent conduct has shown him to be anything but. Yuri is a city built on love for one's fellow man. those who have naught to give and live only to take are a blight upon our society!
Right.
To atone for this crime, I ordered that he fling himself from the balcony. And he had the temerity to weep. Please, my lord, anything but that. What then is a man of mercy to do? But offer the sinner another way to show his contrition.
Another way? Meaning what exactly?
Sin Eaters are part of Yulmore's society, but they must be fed with ether. Living ether. So, I demanded an offering of flesh, carved by his own hand, from his own hide. And still, he could not do as I asked. A wholly unsatisfactory performance.
'Tis true that Kaishir won his place here by fraud, but his actions were driven only by a desire to share in your paradise. That you would cast him out I could almost accept, but to humiliate him thus, to demand his very life? Is this truly the way of Yulmore?
Oh, you dim, deluded child. Have you ever paused to consider what it takes to maintain such a paradise in this barren, broken world of ours? The guarantee of safety and stability. The knowledge that if one only abides by the rules, one has naught to fear. I alone can offer these things, for I alone can command the Sin Eaters. And thus am I alone the voice of justice, and any who oppose me, villains to be punished.
Right. And he gets applause.
And people call this paradise.
You were granted a place in my city for a particular skill. What was it?
Painting.
Oh, an artiste! Then you shall paint a picture for me of Yulmore. If I find your art pleasing, then I may excuse this display of insolence. Who gave you permission to tend to that criminal's wounds? I told you to paint me a picture!
Nah.
What you need is a mirror, not a painting. It will capture the horror I see before me far better than I ever could.
Woo!
Can you walk? I think so.
Did that little worm just insult me?
You only just realized?
I'll kill them! I'll kill them all! I'll enslave their minds! I'll torment them! Torture them! Then tear out their hearts!
What do you mean by them all? Also, who?
Who?
Forgive me. In my anger, I seem to have marched us back outside again. Though it is probably best we leave the island altogether. I believe we've worn out our welcome in Ulmore. In any case, I've seen enough of the world's self-proclaimed capital city to convince me that our battle against the Sin Eaters will find new allies in Kalusha. I will accompany you back to the Crystarium. We need to regroup and think on our strategy anew. Koishir, I have done you a grave disservice. You are hungry and desperate, and I offered you a solution without once considering the risks inherent in you accepting it. If I had but known the price you would be made to pay. You gave me everything I needed to make your idea work. It was me who made a mess of things, not you. But even after all the trouble I caused, you still stepped in and saved me. And now Lord Vorthry wants us all dead. Why not come back with us to the Crystarium? I am certain we can find work for you there, if you are willing. No. That would just be me leaning on your kindness again. I need to do some thinking. Learn how to stand on my own 2 feet. Very well. But you must promise you'll be careful. The Ulmarans may yet come looking for us. I'll keep my head down. Don't worry. And you take care too. Give me the chance to repay what you've done for me. Alphino! Lord and Lady Chai?
What in the blazes did you do? They have their entire city looking for you.
I took a peek at your unfinished portrait, Alphino. Now, I've had many a beautiful and striking picture painted for me, but there was something about your work. It was as if you had caught the very essence of our love and rendered it naked upon the canvas. It was bold, unflinching, and I adored it. Please, you must come back with us and finish what you began. I will speak with Lord Vorthry and vouch for your character. I'm sure we can smooth over any hard feelings.
I am sorry, Lady Chai. There are more important matters to which I must attend.
More important? What could be more important than enjoying the days we have left to us to the fullest?
Pray, press me no further. We are leaving, but I would not presume to take the garments you were so kind to procure for me. One moment.
I wouldn't hear of it. Keep the clothes, you silly boy, I insist. And I shall make arrangements so that you can pass through the gate without causing a stir. I expect you to come and visit.
I will return, I promise you that. The outrage I witnessed must not go unanswered. The next time we meet, I shall be better prepared to confront the corruption which hides behind the glittering facade.
Alright, where to next? The beach. Well, first I think I'll grab this bit here. Sprint. There we go. All we gotta do is outrun this bird. Wonderful. Still tide. All right. Almost there, Alphino. Just a moment.
you, my friend, for staying at my side through the whole sordid endeavor. Whilst not quite the joyous outcome I had hoped for, our efforts have nevertheless answered a great many questions. Suffice it to say, our plans for saving the First are unlikely to involve the aid of Lord Forthry and his subjects. Come, we must speak with the Exarch and chart a new course. This is far from over.
Well, yeah, and I need to go get Alisaie.
I'll be back for you later, Cassad. Where are we? It's leaves now. Oh, right there, of course. Gatekeep. Yes, I would like to enter.
Ah, it is good to be back amongst friends. In such company, I can finally turn my thoughts to the future. But ere we discuss all we have learned and begin planning our next step, I think it best that you visit Alisaie. Her familiarity with Arang will no doubt provide us invaluable insight. And besides, I know she is as eager to see you as I was. Bring a smile to her face, Genossia.
Of course. But also, why did you make me come all the way back here to say that?
My quest for Alisaie is back where we just came from, man. Man, oh man. Back to the Amaro launch. And we... we shall continue our journey to find Alisaie next time on Final Fantasy XIV. Really enjoying this game. And this new area is very beautiful. Very beautiful. I just hope that my Dark Knight will be able to keep up for at least a little bit. Let me see here. So the Alisaie quest chain is still level 70. Main quest, the two quests following that are level 71, which does include a dungeon. And then after that, it requires level 72, then 73, and so on. So, it seems like hopefully Alisaie will get us to 72 before we're finished with that. Let's see. We would need 2.8 million.
Yeah, we'd only get like 1.8 million from those Alisaie quest chains. That's just from completing quests wise. I don't know if there's any combat that might give us a little bit more, but I doubt it's going to be a million more.
So I'll probably just have to do a little bit of training off stream.
At any rate, that will be it for Final Fantasy XIV for the day. Gonna take a break, get some dinner, and then we'll be back for Final Fantasy XVI, which has also been quite fun. Can't wait to play more of that. But yeah, man. Final Fantasy XIV, the future is looking bright.
New graphic updates, new expansion next summer, tons of other little things like 2 dyes per piece of clothing and glasses that don't count as a headgear. It's looking real good. Can't wait to play more. But Monday, we'll be playing more Final Fantasy 16. Wednesday, we're gonna play a Metroid mod for Fire Red. So basically, playing Fire Red, but the Pokemon are actually Metroid creatures and things. That should be pretty fun. And then more 14 and 16 next Saturday. And coming up fairly soon, it's gonna be like a week, a little more than a week and a half. It is Bionicle Day, August 10th. I'm gonna be taking a half day at work, so I'll be working in the morning, and then in the afternoon, I will be doing a stream. I'll show off some of my Bionicle mocks, my own creations, not Bionicle sets, but things that I have made out of Bionicle parts. And then I'll also be probably playing some Monog 2, Motonui Online Game 2. Not an online game like this. This is an old game back when online game meant that it was a game that was on a website. But it's a really solid one. So we'll be playing some of that and, just celebrating Bionicle and how great it was. That'll be August 10th, so get ready for that. Regardless, I will see you next mission. Bye-bye.